Hi, good morning, everyone. So welcome to parallel session 1.2. So we're now in breakout room B, internal migration. So we're waiting for another speakers to come in. I think we'll just wait for him for a moment. We can start.
Yeah, actually, it's Dr. Guy Abel.
Guy Abel, yeah.
Yes, and he just contacted me, and he said he didn't receive the invitation.
Yeah, I think our moderator too is coordinating.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sorry, can maybe he also can contact Prof. Aris? Is it possible?
I don't know. I'm afraid it's difficult for him to do that at the moment. I think it's better. I mean, he's my one of my colleagues at Shanghai University. So what's the problem now?
Okay, we'll try to manage it right now. Okay, please wait for a moment.
Yeah.
Maybe you can tell him to check his trash, the spam email, because mine went to the spam inbox as well.
Yes,
the invitation.
exactly.
Well, I
Exactly.
guess he did that. Usually, I think he's experiencing enough to have done that. He said I was using Gmail for the Oxford abstract site, but had been getting emails from APA to the Shanghai U EDU's CN address. Of course, I can ask him to have a double check. But I still think it'll be better if you can provide him something like a temporary account or something like that.
Yes, Mr. Yuzu, we're right now trying to get his passcode. Please wait for a moment because we need the process for this.
Okay, and he said that he has checked both of the email address, email spam box.
Yes. Sometimes it enter the spam.
Yeah, and he has already checked the spam boxes,
Yes.
but I have found nothing.
Yes.
But I think you can send the new account to him directly through the email address, and also you can send it to me.
Yes.
Here, and I can send it via WeChat.
Yes. Wait for a moment.
Okay. Thanks.
So the moderator one, Mrs. Patraporn.
Yes.
So it means that if while we are waiting for Mr. Abel, maybe we can just switch his turn. Yeah.
Sure. If other speakers agree to start now, if he can come later, we can switch him to the last speaker. Is that all right?
Wait for maybe around 3 more minutes.
Or would you like to wait for like 3 minutes?
Yes. Is Miss Sunetra is here?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, hi. I'm so sorry.
Hi. Very good morning and good night.
Good
Good day for
morning.
everyone.
Morning. So two
Good morning.
speakers is here already. We just wait for one more, yeah, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Guy Echo.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, wait for a moment.
So yeah, while we wait, I would like to introduce myself. So my name is Patraporn Junglasili. I'm from Institute for Population and Social Research, Mahidol University in Thailand. So I'll be your moderator number 1 today, and Miss Alifa here will be our moderator number two, and she's coordinating to get our speakers in here. So we might have to wait a little bit. So so this session we have 3 presentations. Luckily for us, so we might have a little bit more time for each speaker to speak, but I think you will have normally you have 15 minutes, but I think we can stretch out a little bit, and after all the presentations, we will have questions and answers afterwards. So if you have any questions, please just wait until all the presentations finish, and then you can ask in the chat box. Yeah. So Miss Alifa, if he enters, could you please tell me?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
I will.
sure. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. I'll be the first one to present, all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The session will start with Professor Yuzu, and normally it's Mr. Abel and then Professor Pereira, but then if he cannot come in time, we can switch. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then can I share the screen?
Hello, Miss Patra. I'm sending you his passcode. Mr. Yuzu, can you
yes.
can you pass it to him? So
but I cannot see it in my screen. So can you send it again to the?
Yeah, I'm sending it to you. Yes,
but I haven't seen that.
Yes, yes.
Can you send it again? Oh,
yeah,
okay. Okay.
Okay.
The password, and then he just use his email, right?
Yes, his email
okay.
address, and then enter the password.
Okay.
Yes.
Just a moment. I will do it right now. 82331. Okay. Okay, I sent it to him already.
Okay. Can we just start, Miss?
Yes, sure.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I think we're going to start now. Let me introduce our first speaker for this session. So our first presenter today is Professor Yu Su from School of Geography, Fujian Normal University in China. And he will be presenting on the in situ rural-urban transformation of return migrants and its determinants, insights from a survey of 7 provinces in China. Professor Yu Su is now the leader of the pillar on internal migration and urbanization at Asian Demographic Research Institute in China. And he is also the director of Center for Population and Development Research at Fujian Normal University. And his specializations, among others, are urbanization, urban development, mobility, and human geography. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Professor Su to give your first presentation, please. Thank you
I'm
very
so
much.
sorry, Miss.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see
wait,
clearly.
one moment, Miss Patron.
Yes.
I would like to read the rule housekeeping.
Okay, sure.
before.
So sorry, our moderator number 2 have to
Yeah, I'm so
explain
sorry.
a little bit of housekeeping before.
Yeah, just
Okay,
3
sure.
minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Little housekeeping before we get started. The first one is that each presenter will have 15 minutes to present the presentation. And a notification sound will be remind presenter when the time is up. And then if any technical problem occur to the current presenter, he needs to do the troubleshoot in the background and the upcoming presenter must take over. If there is any questions during the presentation, please type into the chat box in your Zoom control panel, and then we will bring them up during Q&A session at the end of all the presentation. Thank you very much. I think that's all, Moderator 1. I give it back to you.
Okay, please, Professor Yu Su, you can start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to moderators. In today's presentation, I'm going to look at return migrants' individual characteristics and the migration experience and their roles in rural-urban transformation of migrant sending areas based on the result of a survey of 7 provinces in China. Now, in recent years, return migration from a coastal to inland area has been identified as an important trend of migration in China. And this gives rise to question whether these return migrants can play some roles in situ urbanization of migrants' sending areas. In fact, in situ urbanization was once the dominant migration process in China's prosperous southeastern coastal areas between later 1970s and later 1990s. And overseas Chinese and the Chinese in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau served as one of the major driving forces for in situ urbanization in this area. So in such a context, then the question I just raised has become whether return migrants can play similar roles in situ urbanization of their hometowns in inland areas by utilizing the capital skills, technology, and the working experience they have brought back from cities. Now, we conducted some literature review, and both international and Chinese migration literature suggests a potentially positive, but not a definitive answer, indicating important but the contextual based roles of returnees, migration experience, and individual characteristics. So there is a need of more China-based research. So with such a question in mind, we conducted a questionnaire survey of return migrants in 7 provinces of China in 2015, covering almost all the main migrant sending areas in China. In the survey, we interviewed 1,634 return migrants who were selected for interview using PPS method. And we also conducted qualitative interviews in 2016, which involves 23 government officials, 11 returnees, entrepreneurs, and 6 other returnees in 2 counties in Henan province and 3 counties in Anhui province. Now we just reported to you some of the results of our survey. Now, the first result I'd like to report to you is that almost half of the return migrants are engaged in business creation, and there is a positive link between returnees' educational attainment and their business creation. And the second important result of our survey shows that on average, return migrants sent or brought back nearly 64,000 yuan throughout their migration process. And the remittances they brought back greatly improved the economic conditions of their families, as well as enable their family to embrace a more urban lifestyle, such as installing flushing toilet. And when we asked our respondents whether and how is the migration experience helpful to their business creation, nearly 83% of our returnees gave the positive answer, and nearly 60% of our returnees, our respondents, identified the capital accumulation as the most beneficial factor. And the other beneficial factors they identified include developing market economy mentalities, learning technical skills, building business connections, and improving business management skills. We interviewed business owner, or returnee turned business owner, and he told us a story starting from working in a shoe factory as a laborer in a coastal city, and then becoming a managerial staff in that enterprise. And then he established his own first shoe enterprise in the coastal city. And finally, he started a shoe enterprise in his hometown, and he is now employing more than 600 employees. The migration experience and the capital skills, ideas, and the connections acquired during the migration process has contributed tremendously to this business owner's business success. We also interviewed the manager of this business owner's enterprise, and he told us that workers in his enterprises with migration experience are often more disciplines and can learn skills more quickly, and then they often serve as role models for those workers without the migration experience. And the last piece of our quantitative analysis shows that returnees' migration experience has also helped their rural-urban spatial transformation, as evidenced by the fact that nearly 44% of them now are working in nearby urban centers, such as the town or township seat or the county seat. Now, on the basis of this qualitative analysis, then we also estimated two models to see what factors affect the return migrants' possibility of working in a non-agricultural occupation as in model 1, and in model return migrants' possibility of working in local urban areas as in model 2. And we introduced some variables concerning return migrants' individual characteristics and migration experience as explanatory variables, and some variables concerning returnees' household social economic conditions and the village status as control variables. And then this is the result of our two models. Now, in terms of the effect of return migrants' individual characteristics, in model 1, you can see younger and better educated return migrants are more likely to be working in non-agricultural occupations, which is consistent with the result of literature review. And in a similar way, in model 2, return migrants' age and educational attainment also significantly affected their possibility to be working in local urban areas, although not as effective as in model 1. In terms of migration experience, in model 1, those whose last occupation were in sales and services were more likely to have non-agricultural jobs, followed by those in production, administration, and technical fields. However, it is surprising that both duration and distance of migration are negatively associated with return migrants' likelihood to be working in non-agricultural occupations, and that remittance is also not significant, both of which are contrary to our expectation based on relevant theories and existing research. In model 2, most variables become either insignificant or less significant, suggesting that return migrants' migration experience is even less effective in affecting their possibility of working in local urban areas. Now, in terms of control variables, in model 1, most of the variables are significant and are in line with the expectation of our previous studies. Return migrants with a higher household income, having purchased a house and living closer to a county seat, are more likely to work in non-agricultural occupations. Return migrants with more farmland resources are less likely to work in non-agricultural occupations. In model 2, the direction of the effect of the control variables on return migrants' employment location are generally similar to those in model 1, but more variables become either insignificant or less significant. Now, to give a quick summary, our modeling results confirm to a certain degree that the return migrants' individual characteristics, such as the educational attainment and the migration experiences, such as the last occupation during migration, could help contribute to rural-urban transformation in their home areas. However, some of the important variables are either not significant, such as the remittance, or exhibiting a marginal effect opposite to our expectation, such as migration duration and distance. And most of the variables relating to migration experience are insignificant in affecting returnees' work location. Now, our further analysis shows that the weak industrial base and the resultant skill mismatch are an important factor causing the above unexpected or even abnormal modeling result. In fact, among the 105 sampled villages, 50 samples had no factory at all. This caused a serious problem of skill mismatch because 64% of returnees worked in the secondary sector before return, and 46 of them worked in manufacturing before return. However, because there are few factories in their home areas, their work experience, skills, and remittance accrued during migration are no longer useful after return, and may even be harmful because migration experience may weaken return migrants' ties with their home villages and reduce their familiarity with the local labor market. And this leads to a further problem that 38% of return migrants in our sample did not have stable work. And among those who were working, owners of small businesses accounted for a large group with 31%, and only a little more than 6% of the returnees with stable employment worked as manufacturing workers. Now, in the context of the weak industrial base and the resultant skill mismatch, we can explain why most of the migrant experience variables are insignificant on the work location of return migrants, because the industrialization process is still in the preliminary stage and has not yet reached the stage of large-scale spatial transfer. We can also explain why those whose last occupation were in sales and services were more likely to have non-agricultural jobs, because in the employment environment where self-employment households accounted for 31% of the returnees, the occupation of a business services during the migration is a more valuable work experience. And we can also explain why some of the important variables are either not significant, like remittance, or exhibiting a marginal effect opposite to our expectation, like migration duration and distance, because in the context of weak industrial base, returnees have few opportunities to use the skill that they have learned during their migration, and they have also few opportunities to use the remittance for investment. And furthermore, being further away from home villages or for a longer period of time to tend to weaken return migrants' ties with their home villages and reduce their familiarity with the local labor market, which in turn could negatively affect the likelihood to engage in non-agricultural jobs or work in local urban areas after return. Now, to further test our explanation, we run the above two models again, but only for those samples returning to villages with factories, and we did find that some of the variables, such as working experience in each region, last occupation in administration technical areas and in production, and migration duration, which were insignificant or less effective in the model with 4 samples, have become significant or more effective. This confirmed the importance of industrial base for unleashing the potential role of return migrants' individual characteristics and the migration experience in their in-situ rural-urban transformation. Okay, now to summarize, our study suggests that return migrants' individual characteristics and the migration experience exhibit some potential in promoting local economic development and the rural-urban transformation of their home communities. However, it is important to break through the serious constraint caused by the weak industrial base of the return migrants' home areas, and how to break through such a constraint is a key to unleashing the development potential of return migrants. And this is also very important to avoid the returnees being trapped into a deadlock of survival livelihood, commonly seen in the developing countries where self-employment and small business have become dominant livelihood strategy without the substantial and sustainable contribution to local economic development. And there is a need to better organize return migrants, both socially and spatially, and they can learn from the experience of in-situ urbanization of coastal areas in China. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yu Su. And I'd like to invite Professor Guy Abel. So we are sorry for the inconvenience, the technical inconvenience before. So I would like to introduce Professor Guy Abel. So our second presenter is from Asian Demographic Research Institute, Shanghai University in China. And he'll be presenting on the comparison in drivers of internal migration by education. Professor Abel is currently the leader of International Migration Research Group at the Asian Demographic Research Institute, and his specializations are migration, statistical demography, and R software. So please, Professor Abel, you may take the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And my apologies again for being late, and thanks to you and the team there for helping me get the code. It's been a bit of a panic, but I'm happy to be here. So to start with the talk, it's joint work with Aude Bernard at University in Queensland and Ryan Matarik at YASA. And it's kind of ongoing work I've been doing, or trying to lead for the last few years, and keep on trying to come back to it. And I kind of tweaked the title. I think I want to get the point over that I'm not really looking at sort of the drivers of migration. I'm really looking at how migration varies by gender and education. This is really the kind of point that we're trying to take a big global overview of how these demographic factors are changing. So the motivation in the work really can be rooted with Wolfgang Lutz's work, where he points out that age, sex, and education are the 3 largest sources of observable heterogeneity in the study of population. And variation in migration by age are one of these sources of heterogeneity in population, at least for migration, has been fairly well explored. We have the very nice contributions of Andre Rogers and the Rogers-Castro's age schedules. So when we think about migration and age, we have a fairly good understanding of how migration varies by age across different countries and regions. But when we start to think about sex and education, I think the picture is a bit less clear-cut. Things can vary unexpectedly, and there's not a strong kind of knowledge, at least when we sort of stand back and think about the big picture of how things change by sex and education, especially. And that's partly rooted in the fact that there's sort of a few cross-national comparisons. Rogers and Castro's developed their work by really comparing over 600-700 different age schedules from many different countries, but a similar approach hasn't really been done for sex and education. And that's partly in the fact that data is either unavailable or difficult to compare when we start to think about education and sex, when we think about comparing across countries. So that can be, well, the part of the difficulty is in the fact that countries have different administrative geographies, right? Of course, sort of set politically and sort of for the use of their own countries, which mean they have different shapes, different spaces, different distances, which obviously has a big knock-on effect on the count and even the patterns of migration that we pick up in the migration data. So that's not to say that there hasn't been a lot of work on cross-national comparisons of migration. But so Martin Bell and the CMIT University in Queensland have done a lot of work on this, a lot of fantastic work. And but I would say most of their work tends to be based on sort of summary indices or rankings of countries. And they've also stretched into working on age in some papers, but they haven't really touched too much on gender or education, which we're trying to focus on in this research. So the aims of our research are firstly to just explore migration differentials, so changes in sort of the numbers of migrants by sex and education across as many countries that we could find had migration data from IPUMS International. And then we thought we'd try and look at how sort of a typical migration model might predictors in a migration model might vary by different sex and education combinations. And to do that, of course, we need to think about controlling for these different definitions and spatial units that I mentioned before. So just to focus in on the data that we used, which was really a big part of the time that we spent on this project. So from IPUMS, you can really get two types of migration data, or there's two types of migration questions, perhaps I should say. So one is sort of fixed interval migration data, where they've asked in the census, where were you 1 year or 5 years ago? And then IPUMS does a nice job of coding these responses, so you can match the origin and destination regions and deduct how many migrants moved between each region, each combination of regions. The second is from length of stay in the current location. So they ask in the census, how long have you been in this current location with your current residence? It can vary. And then also, when you use that question in combination with what was your previous residence or where was your previous region, then you can work out if they moved within the last year and where they moved from, which allows us to build these origin destination flow tables, these migration matrices. So from either of these methods, we can get it. So the first is a lot easier, it's a bit direct, and the second one is an equivalent, like a synthetic estimate of it, but it's a valid approach, I think, in the way. And then this second part is a bit more redundant now. This was earlier on, we were sort of combining harmonizing the origin codes and the destination codes in IPUMS, but since I think the last year or maybe even the year before, they've IPUMS have done a lot of effort on the migration variables. So a lot of this work we didn't need to do anymore, and it means it's a lot easier to work with migration data in IPUMS, I'd say. And then we, for each country, IPUMS sort of gives the origins or the destinations from the individual responses at different administrative units. So different levels of administrative units. So you could get the first level, like in China, it would be the provinces, or you could get the second level, which could be the prefectures. And so there's so for example, in China, there's 32, 33 odd prefectures, and then 300 odd, 32 provinces, and then 300 odd provinces. So as you go down the administrative level, you get more and more administrative units, which means you get more and more migration. So we tried to select the level of administrative geography that gave us somewhere between 10 and 30 units in the countries, but it wasn't always possible, but we tried to sort of stick to this broad rule. So we had some similar sets of geographies. So given this sort of data work, we then created flow matrices, 8 flow matrices. So by each sex and education combination. So there's 4 education groups, which we'll see later. And we did that only for those that are aged over 25, because our analysis wanted to focus on those really with completed education histories. So this left us with 63 countries, 188 censuses, and that our flow matrices were based on 434 million records. So of course, many of those didn't migrate, but we were just sort of selecting out of those individual records, those that migrated by age and by sex and education. So to give you a glimpse of the data, these are the these are plots. There's 2 of them. So this is like the first half of the plot for the African and Asian and European countries in these 3 columns. And across the top on the x-axis, we have the level of education. And on the y-axis here, we have the census. And then the color is showing us the proportion that are female. So if it's very green, then it's a very female flow. If it's very purple, it's a very male flow. And what we noticed from doing this, that as you look in sort of each country, so Kenya is a good example. We tend to see in earlier censuses, flows are very, I would say, male dominant. Yeah, there's a low female share. And then over time, they tend to become more evenly balanced, but quicker. The change is quicker for those that are less education, whereas the more educated flows tend to still be more male dominated, but perhaps less so than earlier on. So for example, Cameroon's another example, or Botswana, I mean, Indonesia, we see it here. So it seems to be like a fairly consistent trend as the sort of countries develop or move over time. Then we'll sort of see the more parity in the sex of the flows. And that parity tends to happen quicker for the lower education. So this is just the second half where we have the Latin American countries and North America here. So in the more developed countries, the same in Europe, it tends to be that they're all at sort of gender parity. And most of the flows are already there throughout the time series in IPUMS. Yeah. So given that sort of first quite interesting finding, we then wanted to see if we could, well, see how typical predictors of migration might vary as by these gender and education levels. So to do that, we built a multi-level model where we try to control for the country level economic measures, geographic variables for the regions, the regional socioeconomic variables, which we took from IPUMS, and then some random effects, which try to control for variation in the number of origins, well, for the origins themselves, the destinations themselves, the duration interval of the countries and the year. So these are some more control variables that try and take out the variation for this. In some variables, especially the socioeconomic variables, we had some missing data. We weren't able to get all the socioeconomic variables for all the regions in all the time periods. So we imputed them using this Emilia package. So we generated 5 multiple imputations, then we run the models 5 times, basically. And then this is perhaps the important point that we would like to highlight is that we, rather than run a straight regression model on the count of the flows, we weighted the flows. So we weighted each sort of row in the data, which is a region to region flow, by the number of regions in the country. So if there's more regions, then this weight becomes smaller. So for example, I think in Thailand, there was like over 70 regions. So the results from Thailand, there was many rows from Thailand, but we kind of weighted them so they didn't influence the final results as much based on the number of administrative units in the country. So as I said, we fitted a sequence of spatial interaction models where we have our control random effects, and then we have our country level GDP at a particular time for the country C. I should say this is for the count of the migration between region I to destination J in country C at time T using a duration definition D, like some countries use a 1-year migration flow data, some only had a 5-year flow, so we wanted to control for that. And then we had the sort of classic gravity model where we have the population of the origin and the destination, and then the distance between the origin and destination and whether they share a border, the contiguity. And then these were the sort of socioeconomic, the percentage urban, the median age, the percentage employed, and the percentage in the region without lower education. Okay, sorry, I flipped forward. Yeah, these are our random effects. So these are our final sort of parameter estimates from one of the imputations. So we ran 8 models for the 8 combinations of gender and education. So these are the different colors for the parameter estimates, and these are the different shapes for the gender. And so the dot is like the parameter estimate, and the confidence interval is represented by the kind of line, the vertical line. So if we start with the GDP, we can sort of see this J shape forming where, as the GDP increases, we see more migration, especially for those who completed university, and especially the females. Perhaps there's sort of no effect. It's the parameters are quite close to 0 for these other education groups, and perhaps there's a negative effect. So as the GDP rises, we might get less migration for those completed primary. For the country income inequalities, this was based on the Gini index of the country. We see as the income inequality increases in the country, then migration tends to go up, and especially so for all education groups, but especially so for the females, that tends to be increasing. For the population, we see, unsurprisingly, for the larger origins or larger destinations, the larger, like more populous origins and destinations, we get more migration. The parameters are all positive, and they're a bit overlapping here. For distance, we sort of see a bit of a J shape again, where as the distance increases between the regions, we see less migration, they're all negative, but perhaps the friction is less so for those that have completed university, and perhaps more so for those that have only completed primary education. For contiguity, we sort of see this reverse J shape in a way, or at least downward trend, that between regions that are bordering, we can expect a lot more migration from those that are less than primary. The effect is stronger than those with completed university. For the proportion urban, we see more leaving the origins and more going into the destinations, but these are all fairly overlapping, I would say, when you think about the confidence intervals. So it's difficult to make a big conclusion from that. From the median age, so as the origins get older, we get more migration going out, especially of those with the completed university, and more coming in, but these again all overlapping. And the proportion employed, as that goes up in the origin, we get less out migration. The parameters are all negative, although they're touching 0, some of these, and more coming in. So higher employment rates lead to more immigration, unsurprisingly, but especially so for the males, right? These male dots tend to be higher, less, apart from those who completed university education. And this last parameter, I think we're going to drop. It seems a bit too difficult to explain, but it's still saying those with low education areas, we see more out-migration, especially of those with less primary, and the areas with low education sees less in-migration. The parameters are all negative, especially those with completed primary. So like I said, we did multiple imputations. So in this first, it's just one of the imputations, but we did 5 different data sets because some of these 4 boxes here, we had missing data. So we were imputing what the region's proportion urban was, for example, because there was no urban question in a particular time period for the.
Sorry, could you please wrap up because we run out of time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, I can wrap up. So this is just showing the variation in the parameter estimates, and they tend not to vary too much. And then this is just, we ran the regression model first where without zero flows in them, and when we include zeros, we get very similar results. And these are just the control variables. We see more variation between countries than we do between the origin and destinations. And yeah, to summarize, there are definite variations between the education levels in the IPUMS data, at least that we can see. There's variations between the sexes within the education groups as well. So there's a lot to explain there. We propose to use this weighting in the regression model to control for the different number of administrative units, and also to use random effects to control for country effects, year effects, different origin and destination regions and duration intervals. And then in the future, we're thinking about trying out different specifications of the model, and we're already working on some machine learning methods where we really drill down at the individual level analysis. So this was all right, region to region flows, but we are thinking more about really using the benefits of the individual level data in the IPUMS data. Just a reference to the IPUMS, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Abel, for your presentation. I will move on to our last presentation of the session. So Our third presenter is Professor Sunitra J. Pereira from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. And she will be presenting on internal migration in Sri Lanka, intensity, selectivity, and spatial patterns. Professor Pereira is currently the head of Department of Demography at University of Colombo, and her specializations are internal migration, fertility, mortality labor force, and others. Please, Professor Pereira, you may take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good day for everyone. Nice to see you everyone virtually. And I must correct one thing. I just last year I stepped down from the head of the department. Currently, actually, I am a professor at the Department of Demography, not the head of the department. So with that, actually, let me actually move to my today's presentation, internal migration in Sri Lanka. I am actually going to share some of findings of one of my analysis, especially focusing on the age selectivity and spatial patterns. The work was done actually under the Image Asia project under Professor Martin Bell and his team. So, and so actually would like to acknowledge the team of the Image Asia project. Moving to my presentation, actually, so let me give brief about Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has experienced significant demographic changes over the years. The country is concerned, actually, the currently population is about 22 million and received significant attention in the demographic literature as the first country in South Asia that experienced a rapid demographic transition in the late 20th century. So moving to actually, so the demographic overview. So if you look at actually how the fertility and mortality, currently the population is going to be, actually we have become an aging society with the population, the proportion of all the population is. Today's my actually focus is internal migration. Why as we know that population mobility is integral part the process of human development. Actually, primarily demographic processes are concerned. Fertility and mortality has given significant attention, but a pattern of human settlement or internal migration has received little attention compared with the other drivers of population in Sri Lanka. So therefore, this analysis is to address this gap by providing detailed account of current internal migration patterns and processes in Sri Lanka. So especially I'm focusing on intensity, selectivity, and spatial patterns just to share with you. So data for this particular analysis is concerned, actually the analysis was done under the Image project, the comparing internal migration around the globe. So under the Asian team, actually I was part of that. And data for Sri Lanka actually came from population and housing census 2012 for this particular analysis. So the census 2012 is concerned, so this is very important for us because this census in 3 years decades to cover entire population, because we face 30 years war situation in the country. So during that period, we were not able to conduct any census which covered entire country. So in that sense, this 2012 census was very important for us. So in that particular, in this later census, collect information related to recent and lifetime data. So I use actually this lifetime and recent data for this analysis. So basically the analysis was done under the quantitative image framework actually. and present both system-wide and regional indicators. So if you look at Sri Lankan data and the history of internal migration data collection in the country, so it goes back to 1946. So in 1946, just only place of birth and place of usual residence data were collected, but throughout the census, we see the later census is concerned, the more information are available: place of birth, place of usual resident, duration of resident, previous resident, and reasons for moving to usual residence. So so it was a very important piece of information we do have to analyze internal migration in Sri Lanka. So let me just briefly share some of the findings. But when looking at the 5-year data, actually, so based on the regional, the information and whatever that we actually spatial framework is concerned. So we have 9 provinces and 25 districts, but the country is concerned, only 88% of population change addresses of residence every 5 years, because this is very actually low when compared to the global Asian mean of 21%, and actually the global and Asian means, the Asian means 16%. But if we look at countries like East Asian countries, like South Asia, so it stands 53%. So the reason, actually, the equivalent intensities for lifetime migration are concerned, actually 19.4% between districts. So we have, I already mentioned that we have 9 provinces, but between provinces, we found that actually 13%. So this instant, if you look at the information from the other countries or other migration, the scenarios, the Sri Lankan internal migration actually is very different, because but when compared to the South Asian context, actually we have some similarities. So moving to migration selectivity, so I have actually in this presentation, I just focus on the very few variables. Age selectivity is concerned. Majority of migrants are young in many other countries, with migration peaking at age 23 for both sexes. If you look at both male and females, it's clearly so, because the reasons, but we will come later. The gender dimension of migration is driven largely by marriage for males and employment for females. So in this particular census, we collected information on the reasons for migration. The reasons were categorized under marriage, employment, education, displaced, resettle after displacement, projects, development projects related, and accompanied by family member. The detailed actually reasons, by looking at those reasons, actually, so we can see that the male-female variations, actually males, marriage is the dominant actually among females, but when it comes to males, you would see that employment related reasons. And also if you look at the resettlement after, because in 2009, actually the country ended the war situation which faced the 3 decades. So then after that, actually people actually remigrated to the native places. So that also being captured in some extent in this census data. And also another thing is accompanied by family members. So that's also we can see the one bigger component, the significant component. Then spatial pattern is concerned, very interesting findings actually we found, because so Western province is the largest, the population, the actually concentrated the province, which indicates that migration actually is highly redistributing in this province is concerned, with 44 people gained out of every 100 interprovincial moves. So then if you look at this particular inflows, outflows, and net flows, so you see the provincial pattern, the out migration and in migration is very, in migration rate is quite high when compared to other provinces. And also moving to the migration effectiveness ratio also, that's very much high in the Western province. The province is concerned in that since many decades, actually we observed that, because if the positive migration in migration, but if you look at the net migration rate, so then most of the other provinces, the central southern provinces and northeastern, north central, the all other provinces, except these eastern and northern provinces, so we see that the negative net migration. But these positive signs, northern and eastern, many people actually after the war they return. So that's why actually net migration rate showing the positive. So all other except Western province, you see the spatial, the pattern, the migration, actually these indicators shows that uneven distribution of population across the provinces. So as I mentioned, the population is of the Western province actually is current, according to the latest population census, was 5.8 million population. So that which account 28% of Sri Lanka's total population, that is close to 1/3. So the Western province comprises 3 districts, Colombo, Gampaha, and Kalutara. So that right now, actually, the country has been able to actually produce Western region mega police plan. With that, actually, this province, the population of this province is expected to increase to 9 million by 2030. So with that, actually, this the uneven distribution may be the trigger. So spatial patterns are concerned. So this is how the net migration rate by districts, if you look at the spatial patterns, shows that Sri Lanka is dominant by rural to urban internal migration actually since many decades, and principally towards Western province districts, these districts. So with this spatial, this is the lifetime, I think. So if you cannot read, so this with the inter-district migration, the lifetime migration indicators calculated for districts based on 2012 census. So this out migration, in migration, net migration. These indicators actually shows us that Western Province districts are concerned. These 3 districts are concerned is still, so the effectiveness ratio is very high, and the compared to other districts, and also pluses and minuses. That means the out migration we can be observed actually through this data. So all the 25 districts are concerned. And so if you look at this population, the spatial distribution, even the lifetime migration is showing some different features when compared to the many other contexts. So this is inter-district migration. If you look at this, we can actually observe again the inter-district flows between districts. So here the Colombo is getting if you look at the different pattern of migration across the districts, how the flows are coming in and between districts are concerned, very. So all these migration patterns tells us the moving to. I just want to brief my presentation say in that spatial patterns show that Sri Lanka is dominant by rural to urban internal migration, principally towards the western province where Colombo is. So the Colombo is concerned in being the commercial capital, and the over the many decades, actually, this district has concentrated many population and all the administrative and commercial related activities. So therefore, this spatial pattern still is going to be continued in the future with the port city development in recent years. And also the lifetime migration data reveal different pattern for a number of provinces, reflecting historical changes in the direction of flows due to government-led, because in before 1980s, we had certain development programs directing urban to rural migration, especially in some districts like Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, to direct the urban to rural migration. But that has not actually effectively running in the country at the moment, and also therefore actually still migration flows direct to Colombo and the Western Province. And also we from the data actually observed that conflict-induced migration during the war period, many migrants from the northern and eastern provinces moved from to the adjacent districts. So now they are moving back, including because the return IDPs to rural areas in the north. However, this spatial pattern shows for us to make certain policy implications, because the uneven distribution of the population and the internal migration patterns still dominating actually towards the Western provinces, the long term, the implications could be explored. I think throughout here actually just wanted to share some of the findings of the spatial characteristics. And thank you, everyone. Actually, I want to acknowledge the Specially Image Asia team, Professor Martin Will, Dr. Bernard and Jas and Professor Yus, who actually give that opportunity to take part in that project. So that's why I was able to actually do that. Particularly, we have done the analysis that it has been already published in the book chapter, book chapter. So I must thank Department of Census and Statistics of Sri Lanka for giving and allowing me to use internal migration data for this particular chapter. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Pereira. So we now have, I think, around 25 minutes for questions and answer. So I think the main thing that we discover here is that internal migration and the effects of the unequal development, and also the effects that affects the unequal distribution of population in the countries such as, you know, China and Sri Lanka. So do we have any question in the chat box? Is Salifa?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet. Anyone
Yes.
would like to ask any question? You can type in.
Type in.
Yeah. So can they ask the question directly, or they can only type in? Sorry.
They can just type in, but
Okay.
if they need to unmute, just inform us to raise their hand, and then we will try to unmute them.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no question, I would like to ask Professor Yuzu about his presentation. So I was interested in I would like to know about the motivation of returnees from, you know, from migrants in China. What drives them to migrate back to their hometown? That's the first question. And the second question is that you mentioned a little bit about, you know, they bring in the modern lifestyles to the community. And I would like to know how these modern lifestyles affect the transformation, the local rural transformation. So that was my questions. Thank you.
Okay, should I answer the question right now, or
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. In terms of the motivation for return migration, there are some studies on this issue, and so far it seems to be the case that the most important motivation for these return migrants to return home is still family-related reasons. But with the Western development, with the development of the migrant sending areas, with some government efforts to promote the development of the migrant sending areas, there is an increasing trend of return migration driven by the industrial development in the sending areas. But as you can see from my presentation, this is really still not adequately developed. So at the moment, perhaps most of the migrants who return to the home area are either those who need to come back to look after the children or the elderly people, or they are getting old, they feel they are no longer needed in the urban market, labor market, so they just return to their home area. So that's basically my answer to your first question. And in terms of the lifestyle, so your question is, well, what's the impact of the lifestyle change to the rural-urban transformation? Is my understanding correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think one of the obvious impact of this kind of urban lifestyle change is that you can see now in many of the villages in migrant sending areas, not only in each of the families, they have adopted a more urban lifestyle, like installing the flushing toilet or things like that. But you can see the people's desire, the villagers' desire to have a more urban, more modern lifestyle have greatly increased, and these to some kind of a collective change towards urban lifestyle in terms of the whole villages. So now you can see now it's in our field work, when we went to the villages, then we can see that these villages, some of the villages are no longer the villages that we are familiar with. They have some kind of facilities or the public space that looks like something you will see in the urban area. So I think, and of course, the other thing is that the other, perhaps it's more important, but it's still emerging of impact, is that some of the villagers or returnees, they are no longer satisfied with their villages. And then they feel that if they they want to have a more urban life, then they just move to the nearby towns or nearby small cities. So I think these are some of the impact of the change of lifestyle that affect the rural-urban transformation in China's migrant sending area. That's my answer. I don't know whether I answered your question. Thank you.
Yes, you have given me your answers. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I think it's quite similar to the situation in Thailand as well. I think it's kind of going in the same way in the Asian countries where there are, internal migration, and we see the returnees come back, but then they, as you said, that is a family matters that drives them to go back. But then they are, they don't satisfied with the rural life. So they are, they want to have more modern lifestyle, and they drive into that kind of lifestyle, and they tend to move several times. So thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
May I ask one question from Professor Yusuf?
Yes.
Yes, Professor, you mentioned that return migrants are more likely to engage in self-employment and some businesses. So would you see the skills that they gain through the urban migration are utilizing in their the return when reintegrating into their rural life? Would you see any whether they are using their skills that they gain through migration employment? I wonder, just you have noticed any? I mean, so when they migrate to urban areas, they may engage in different employments, no?
Yeah.
So mostly maybe whatever the skills they gain, whether they are using in their businesses or self-employment, or are they doing any other employments? I mean, I just want to know.
Okay, shall I answer the question right now?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. All right. It's a good question. Actually, as I said in my presentation, this is actually a big problem. That's exactly the point I want to make, and I hope it will raise this point would attract the attention of the policymakers in China. The problem is that when these return migrants return to their home areas, they actually found that it's difficult for them to apply the skills they learn from their migration experience. And then why? Because there is the industrial base is not developed enough so that they can find the jobs that are similar to those they have been engaged in when they were migrating in the coastal areas. So this is a problem. But having said that, I still think that the skills that they learn in the migration process still is still useful. As you can see, some of them are engaged in so-called business creation, but these businesses is usually in the service sector, and some of the migrants actually worked in the service sector in the coastal areas, and that kind of experience are very useful for them when they started some kind of small service-oriented business in their home areas. But to me, I think this is not enough. This is far from enough. So for the migrant sending areas, they need to establish a stronger manufacturing industry base so that they can attract, to provide more opportunities for the return migrants to use their the skills they've learned in coastal areas. So I wonder whether I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you answered.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I have a question for you, Professor Perilla. Can I ask a question now to Professor Perilla? I want to get the...
Yes. Beforehand, there is a question on the chat box, Mrs.
Oh, okay.
Can we just answer that first?
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Yes.
Sure.
This is the question number one from Rasaul Sadeghi. His question is for Guy Abel. In your analysis of the relationship between age, sex, and education with internal migration, 4 forms of migration: village to city, city to city, city to village, and village to village. Is it considered? Yes, please, Mr. Guy Abel.
Okay. Yeah, essentially, no is the answer. But I have a master's student. She just finished her thesis. Her thesis looking at that particular question. So the main problem is in IPAM's data, you know where at the time of the census whether they're in an urban or rural area, but you don't know previously where they came from, urban or rural. There's no harmonized variable for that. But there are like the raw variables that IPAM's put online. So we sort of scroll through all the previous variables that we could find, and I think there was about 20 or 30 countries where they had questions that were asking some form of question on where did you previously live in a rural or urban location. And for some of them we couldn't use, but some we managed to do some sort of harmonization. I'm not sure it's perfect, but that's something that we're looking at in another project. Yeah, but it definitely has potential. Maybe I see Sula is she's been chatting to me a bit. She's from IBUMS. Maybe she can comment on whether IBUMS intend to do anything on previous urban rural location harmonizations, because they would be super useful. I think it could get to address these questions.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is also for you, Dr. Guy Aibo.
Okay.
It seems that in your research, you are using the data from different census year. Do you consider whether the education effect also variation during different time period?
Yeah, so for that, we try to build in different controls for the fact that we were sort of seeing repeated data. So we had a year variable in there. Maybe I flashed too fast through the model, but that was in there. And then also these country specific kind of effects on maybe like the development cycles changing. So we had the sort of GDP at the country levels trying to control for that as well. But we don't have like a model that's like, how would you say, like a hierarchical time series or anything like this. It's also treated like one census on its own. And then we have the year variables to try and control for that. It's probably not perfect, but yeah, we try to account for it.
I think we're gonna ask questions from Miss Nympha, and then go back to Professor Yusuf, and then go back to Ari. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, please. So, Miss Nympha, how did you account for Abel again? You're more famous right here right now. There are a lot of questions for you. How did you account in your models difference in definition of migration in each country?
And so that was a similar, like we kind of, the main different definitions were going to be the length of the duration. Was it 1 year ago, 5 years ago? Some countries it's like 6 or 7. It's a kind of a bit random. But so for that, we used a random effect to try and say, okay, this country is using a 5-year definition, and this is using a 1-year definition, and maybe that shifts up and down the migration levels. And we see that in the estimated random effects, that it sort of increases as you increase the period. Maybe there might be some problems doing that when you really drill down to the region to region flows, but I think it's the best we can really do without chucking away all the data and not getting any kind of results. I think it's probably an okay fix. Yeah.
Okay, so I give it back to you, Ms. Patra.
Yes, Professor Yusuf, would you like to ask question to Professor Pereira?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Pereira. I recently read United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs policy brief, in which China, Japan, and Sri Lanka were cited as 3 cases of implementing the policies of in-situ urbanization. In the policy brief, they said that in Sri Lanka there is a tradition of the policy tradition of rural first. So I wonder whether this kind of policies, what kind of effect of this kind of policies have on the migration patterns in Sri Lanka. If you could you please elaborate a little bit on that? So what kind, how this affects the migration patterns in Sri Lanka? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yusuf. You mentioned about the rural, the rural first, you mean in the policy, isn't it? Yes. But the right now, actually, we have been decentralized, under the all the administration related, stuff there, and but however, still, but even though government is planning to adopt such kind of policies with the rural development, but still the outcome of such the initiatives is not happening you know. Therefore, still the trend is towards Western province. But even though very recent years, the government has initiated policies related to Western region megapolis. So under that megapolis plan, the Western region is going to be given priority with the China, the port city is now being constructed. So with that, so I actually still cannot see that the reverse pattern, that means urban to rural rather than rural to urban. But unfortunately, with regard to data are concerned, in our urban definition is still, very stagnated one, depending on the administrative boundaries we classify urban. So that's why actually we counted urban migration very less portion, 18% in 2, actually it was in. But migration is concerned, is still, I think, the dominant flows are to the Western province. So
Okay.
I think I answered your question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for your question.
Yes, there is one more question from Mr. Kuku Dwi Setiawan for Ms. Sunetra.
Yes.
What are the fundamental differences in internal migration pattern in Sri Lanka from one period to another? And now the condition of COVID-19 pandemic also affect migration patterns or mobility between regions in Sri Lanka? Thank you.
I think so. It's still actually yet to be collected data to address this, that particular question. I think in the upcoming census, so we are actually planning to have next year our census, where we will actually include certain kind of questions to capture those information. With that only we can actually answer whether how the COVID related the impact on migration. But currently everywhere I think migration is ceasing with COVID-19, the internal or international migration. But so if the pandemic situation will have definitely impact on migration. But I think so with the data gaps, I think it's hard to address this question at this moment. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. So I think we have to wrap up. Thank you very much again for our speakers and also our participants and those who has questions. I'm sorry that we haven't been able to answer all the questions because we at a time crunch, and also we have a next session beginning at 12:30. So Ms. Alifa, would you like to share some more information on the next sessions?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for all the speakers and also moderator one. One more information from the committee is that the next session will be starting on 12:30 until 2 p.m. And then there will be also the same 4 breakout room. Please kindly enjoy. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
See
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Be safe.
Be safe. You too. Bye.
Good morning, oh no, this is already afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all well. I'm Terowong Karen. I will be the moderator for this session, moderator 1 actually, and Miss Fabiola will serve as the second moderator. Are all presenters already here? I see Dr. Wang, I see Mr. Mas, I see, well, second, Sayantani. Yeah, Sayantani is also here, Dr. Chatterjee. So we just wait for Dr. Sahu.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and Pak Adi is our VJ. Pak Adi, is that right?
Yes, Pak.
Okay. So we just wait for another 5-7 minutes. So the presenters will share their screen from their own computer. But if there is some problem, let us know so that it can be assisted from our side. Okay. I want to say hello to Christoph. How are you? Christoph, it's been a while since I saw you. And other people from the KKBN, I saw several of them. Yeah, one of my students just referred to your paper actually about the sex ratio. So I'm happy to see you're attending this session. Hi. Okay, I would like to ask Sayantani if you don't mind to change the name, so rename your, just click participant and then go to your name and click more. You will see the option of changing name or rename. Santani, do you happen to know if Dr. Sahu will be present? Because he hasn't replied to my email, as I mentioned. Let's see.
Pak Turo, I see Dr. Harihar Sahu from India already in this room.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Sahu. Thank you for joining us. Okay, then we'll be ready. In 3 minutes, we can start. Okay, so we will start now. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us on this parallel session number 2 on fertility transition. My name is Terowong Karen. I will be serving as moderator number 1. And let me introduce you to our second moderator who will assist me in particularly in the Q&A session. Oh, before that, I'm currently at the Lembaga Demografi Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia as a director. Okay, please, Mbak Feby.
Yes, thank you, Pak Turo. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fabiola, and I am the coordinator of EIC development of BKKBN. And please allow me, Pak Turo, to read little just housekeeping before we get started. Each presenter will have 15 minutes to present the abstract. And there will be 2 sounds notification. First sound means 5 minutes left for presentation, and the second means the time is up. If any technical problem occur to the current presenter, he or she needs to do the troubleshoot in the background, and the upcoming presenter must take over. If there is any question during the presentation, please type into the chat box in your Zoom control panel. We will bring them up during Q&A session at the end of all presentation. Thank you, Pak Turo.
Thank you, Mbak Feby. So without further ado, we will move to the presentation. Our first presenter today is Dr. Sahu. Dr. Sahu, I invite you to put your presentation.
Yeah. Hope my screen is visible.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So Dr. Harihar Sahu is from International Institute for Population, Mumbai, India. And he will be presenting evolution and determinant of the second birth interval in Asia and Latin America. And Dr. Sahu is really a well-known researcher on the area of fertility, family planning, and related area of fertility policies in India and elsewhere. So Dr. Sahu, your 15 minutes start now.
Yeah, thank you so much for nice introduction. So today I'm going to speak about how the evolution and what are the specific determinants of the second birth interval happened in India as well as in Latin American countries. As all of us know that child spacing is one of the important dimension of fertility dynamics, and this is also helpful for the public health research. So as there are several studies that have shown the short intervals have adverse consequences on the health of the mother as well as the child. While describing the evolution of birth interval distributions that contribute to a more thorough understanding of family building dynamics. So while we talk about family building dynamics, then how the propensity moves from one birth to another birth and from another to next birth, and it happens. So in this context, as all of us know that fertility declined, but first to second birth have become more relevant and that gained attention in fertility research. However, most studies are focused on the European countries and very little evidence about birth intervals in other regions. So while we'll proceed to the specific issues, particularly the birth intervals that are exposed to increase during the demographic transitions, and there is substantial heterogeneity across the regions. So because of differential socioeconomic as well as demographic characteristics, examining the determinants of second birth interval in Asian and as well as Latin American countries might shed light on how to interpret the interplay between socioeconomic and demographic factors in each regional context. So factors that are reflected on individual and household variables that make it interesting to describe how did birth intervals evolve in different socioeconomic strata. This study is a first effort to assess how second birth interval that changed in last 3 decades among women of reproductive ages in selected Asian and Latin American countries. First of all, we attempted to explore the evolution of second birth interval in this period. And secondly, we examined the determinants of second birth interval in each of the countries. So specifically, we attempt to address 3 specific questions. So how second birth interval that lengthened while fertility was declining in Asia and Latin America? What are the different factors associated to second birth interval? And how similar in the evolution of second birth interval across countries, regional as well as socioeconomic strata? To meet these objectives, data for this study have been drawn from demographic and health surveys, especially in the recent years. The data include basic demographic and socioeconomic characteristics and information about fertility histories. Coming to the methods, in order to determine the level and tempo of fertility, the live table techniques have been used. So the parity transitions or quantum aspect of fertility is indicated by the proportion of women who have had a child within a specified within a given time. And the tempo aspect is indicated by the median birth intervals. So in order to handle the time to event data, the presence of censored cases, so Cox proportional model have been used. So coming to how it varies by these characteristics, by this over the period, specifically we can see from these live table parity proportions, about 4/5 of the women had their second birth within 5 years of the first birth. So specifically in the Guatemala and Honduras, while such proportions is nearly 60% for Colombia and Peru. If we'll talk to the Asian countries, we can see here by the different durations, we can see that parity proportions of having the second birth is higher in Pakistan and India than Indonesia and Philippines, so which is substantially lower compared to the other countries. If we'll see this, the median interval in both the 2 sets of continents, we can see that in Latin American, so Colombia, we saw that 52 months from first to second birth, while in Asian countries, the substantially higher is Indonesia, which is 57 months from first to second birth. While if we'll see these things, that is how it varies by over the time period. So we can see that the birth interval has increased in Latin American countries. So even if in the Asian countries it is increased, but there is a wide regional variations within the countries, we can see here. But in the preceding slide, you will see, so there is not that much disparity, but we can see here there is a wide disparity within the countries over the period. So here we can see that we can see that there is a tendency of women to move to space the second birth interval with education. So there is a wide gap in Colombia, Haiti, and Peru, but in remaining countries there is the gap is not wider. If we'll see in the Asian countries, the gap is substantially higher, from particularly from the illiterate to the highly educated women. It is substantially higher in case of Bangladesh and Turkey, but not that much strictly higher in Pakistan and other countries. If you'll see this median interval, second birth interval, how it varies from rural and urban. So we can see that there is a wide variations across the countries, but it is substantially higher in Colombia and Peru, in case of Latin American countries. If we'll see the economic groups, we can see that in Colombia and Peru again, the 5 quintiles, so that there is a wide gap between the poorest as well as the richest in terms of from the moment from the first to second birth. But in case of Asian countries, we can see that the Philippines and Turkey, there is substantially higher. Many a time it is considered that sex of the previous child has its implications on the moment from the first birth to second birth, because that led to the son preferences. But here in this context, we can see that the sex of the previous child doesn't impact more on the median interval for the first to second birth, especially in the Asian as well as Latin American countries. While we talk for this infant or the survival, so it is considered that there is a wide gap in median second birth interval in case of Colombia, but in Latin Asian countries, it is in case of Indonesia. Further, you will see that there is the gap still persists within the countries. Further, you will see how the proportion attaining from the first to second birth. So we can see that the moment from the first to second birth is substantially declined in case of Latin American countries since before 1990s to the recent period in almost all the countries of Latin America. So similarly in case of Asia, but in Asian countries, there is a wide gap across the selected countries. So apart from that, the quantum aspect also studied by considering the educational level of the women. We can see that in Colombia, Haiti, and Peru, there is a wide gap between the richest, between the illiterate and highly educated women. We can see that in case of Colombia, 83% of the women who belongs to illiterate, they are having the second birth within 5 years of the first birth. But in case of highly educated women, it is only 38%. So 38 versus 83, it is substantially higher. So similarly in case of Haiti and Peru. In case of Asian countries, so this situation persists in case of Turkey, but we can see that India and Pakistan, so situations are not that large. The gap is not that wider. If you see the rural-urban gap, we can here in case of Peru, there is a gap which is substantially higher, but in remaining countries, but not that much. So if we'll see the similar situation in case of the propensity of women moving from the first birth to second birth, it is substantially higher in case of poorest in Haiti, that is 85%, while the richest is only 47%, which is substantial rich-poor gap is substantially higher in case of Haiti. So there is a substantial rich-poor gap is also persists in case of Asian countries like Turkey. So it is 89 versus 54%. If we'll see the sex of the previous child here, it is we can see that there is some gaps, but it is not that wider as we saw in the previous slides. So survival status of the children, that again has an implications. So here substantially, if the first birth is the child is died, then it is 83% of the women in Colombia, they subsequently attempt for the second birth. While in case if it is survived, then only 56%. So similar situation in case of Asian countries, especially in Bangladesh and Indonesia. So to conclude, second birth interval that has increased in the last 3 decades in almost every country. So however, some Asian countries show modest or null increase. So among the selected Asian countries, the increase is profound in case of Indonesia and Philippines. The description by the educational strata that revealed that there is a wide variation in Colombia, Haiti, and Peru. In Latin American countries, especially in Turkey, in Asian countries, Turkey and Bangladesh. So while wealth index and survival status of the previous child plays an important factor to explain these variables. So specifically of models examining the second birth interval determinants shows that the place of residence and sex of the previous child doesn't have substantially significant effect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sahu. You still have 2 minutes, actually. This might be a little bit deviate from the script, but I will allow just one question that is already asked by Ms. Evalina from North Sumatra, Indonesia. If you could just tell us what is the most influential or the main determinant of the second birth interval? What would it be?
Yeah. So here we found that the survival status of the children is one of the important factors that plays substantially higher. So even that we saw within the life table analysis, as well as after controlling the effect of other variables in case of Cox regressions. So survival status of the previous child plays an important role. But followed by, we saw that rich-poor gap and educational level, particularly literate and highly educated women. So these are the additional factors which also plays important role from the first birth to second birth.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we cannot really give applause for real, but we can do that on reaction. Thank you very much, Dr. Sahu.
Thank you so much. Thank you
For a very nice presentation. We will have another Q&A session, of course, at the end of all presenters presenting their papers. Okay, we move on to the second speaker today. Pak Mes, if you could just share your screen. So Mr. Melianus Tabenu is a public servant at the Research and Development section at the Provincial Government of East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. And his research interest is on public policy area, particularly on fertility policy. And today, Mr. Tabenu will present a paper called Stalled Fertility Decline in East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, Understanding its Determinants. Okay, the time is yours for the next 50 minutes, Pak Mes.
Thank you, Pak Turo. Ibu Fabiola, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes, Pak.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to present my study on stall fertility decline in East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, understanding its determinants. And this is the background of my study. You can see that this is the pattern of fertility between the 70s and the recent situation. Indonesia here in the 17th was in red, but here it is orange, meaning that the TFR of Indonesia between 2.1 to less than 4.0 and 2.1 children per woman. This picture means that Indonesia is one of the countries in the world that is relatively successful in completing fertility transition. However, in this map, we can see that fertility differences among provinces in this country are very noticeable recently, and East Nusa Tenggara in this white circle is one of the provinces with high TFR or more than 3 children per woman. And in this graph, it is clear that East Nusa Tenggara in red bar has been the province with the highest TFR in 2017, which was 3.4 children per woman. And the trend of TFR in East Nusa Tenggara, in East Nusa Tenggara, in fact, has been substantially declining since the 70s, similar with that of the national average. However, since this point, the TFR of this province has shown a stall. So this is the same between 1997 and 2017. So this study want to explore what the indirect and direct determinants are that make the fertility in this province remain stalled over the 20 years, and document analysis is conducted in this study. The primary sources is the Indonesia Demographic and Health Survey. And I want to highlight that as this study's nature is a qualitative inquiry, so the analysis is not utilize any inferential statistical technique or tool. Therefore, in uncovering the relationship between the determinants and the state of the stall fertility decline in this province, it is based on my interpretation. And this is the analytical framework used in this study, which is blended mainly from the framework of Bongartz and Terry Hall. And you can see that when I explore the culture, the indirect determinant, I will assess the value of children and bride price. Meanwhile, in socioeconomics, the education and women's labor force participation and the role of government. And this is the direct determinants that I will explore. So this is the finding regarding the indirect determinant, the cultural factor. Culture is associated with fertility outcomes in this province. So over the last two decades, values attributed to children were high. So the couples, you can see this is the number of children. The couples wants to have more than 3.4 children. Meanwhile, the national level, it is less than 3. And in 2017, East Nusa Tenggara had the second highest mean ideal number of children. Meanwhile, regarding the bride price in marriage is also high in this province, which places heavy burdens on the groom's parents and a woman after marriage. So couples choose to have many children so that the children can help to reduce the economic burden of their parents to pay the price or to avoid social sanction. And this is the second determinant, socioeconomics. So we can see that educational attainment and literacy of women in this province were also poor over the period, and here the schooling level in this province, and this the literacy rate in this province, and this is the employment or the labor force participation. It is higher, but in fact most of the women in this province still working in informal sectors, in particular subsistence agriculture, in which the income is very low and many labor are needed to do it. And this is the governance determinants. So the role of governance has been substantial to lower fertility, in particular during the regime of President Suharto. However, it has not seen as successful as in Suharto's period after he was removed from leadership in 1998. And at the local level, in particular, the government tend not to prioritize demographic affairs, including fertility, into their main agendas. Many family planning field workers has been transferred to other government agencies that are not related to family planning. This is the case for East Nusa Tenggara as well. And this makes a field worker in this province manage more than 5 villages. In some extreme cases, a field worker has to look after up to 20 villages. And the role of international donor is also has contributed to this style as well, because of the shifting focus from ASEAN country to African countries. And this province feel the full brunt of this policy. And this is the direct determinant. And regarding the marriage, between the style period, the increasing trend of the median age at first marriage among women and its impact on the trend of TFR had been less associated, because the median age of women in this province has been higher than the national level, and this is in 2017. It was 22.5. Meanwhile, in the national level, it just 20.8, or the median age of first marriage among women in East Nusa Tenggara has been higher for the past 20 years, or it is less associated. And then this is the second direct determinant, contraception. So from the supply side, and then from the demand side, it was poor, or the style contraceptive use has been primary direct determinant of the style fertility decline in this province. In this figure, we can see that this is the demand side. So the demand for family planning in this province was lower than the national average, and this is the unmet need. So the government cannot provide sufficient contraception for the couple, and this is the problem from the contraception factor.
5 minutes left.
All right, and then postpartum infecundability had likely been not associated with the style of the fertility decline in this province. This is my finding. So my conclusion is that all indirect determinant of fertility shape woman persistent fertility behavior in this province, but only contraception was largely responsible for the style of this in this province during the period, or only one direct determinant. So the policy implication for the government from the supply side boosting contraception provision and make it affordable and accessible, and in the local level, each regency need to be given sufficient incentive, and from the demand side, the government need to promote the quality of education and boosting the provision of information and provide incentive for a couple to and integrate that with other social benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mes. So just like before, since we still have time, I would allow one question. And somebody already asked here. I would read the first one from Ms. Umi Listianingsih. Basically, her question is, do you think we can reach 2.1, and whether actually 2.1 would be good for carrying capacity of the region, especially if we take into account the economic development and such. This is for Indonesia, but particularly for NTT, Pak. Silakan.
I'm sorry.
So would
the connection is unstable?
So will NTT reach 2.1, and would it be good actually if the province reach 2.1?
Yes, in my opinion, of course, 2.1 is the ideal number of children, and in entity case, I think we still far from that number, because the last survey and the recent survey, like last year, the number is still the same, so we still far from to reach the 2.1 number of children per woman.
Okay, Pak. We will hold other question later. So again, thank you very much for a nice presentation, and please give applause to Pak Mes, Pak Tabanu. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you.
Yes.
Can we ask admin to try the bell, because we didn't
so far
listen
actually
to
it's
the bell.
just good that we are lucky that the two presenters actually finished
On
before
time.
the time.
Yeah.
Not even on time, finished before the time, so we don't really have that issue. But yeah, it's okay, because I actually have my stopwatch here, timer, so I will let them know if it's 15 minutes or 10 minutes actually.
Okay.
Okay, we move on. The third presenter today is Dr. Kang Jung Wong. She's assistant professor at Department of Social Welfare, National Chung Cheng University. Dr. Wong if you would like to put your presentation, share presentation. And her research interests include life course transition, family and marriage, as well as gender and work. Today, she will be presenting a paper entitled An Empirical Analysis to the Development and Change of Individualization of Life Course in Taiwan. Okay, Dr. Wong, the time is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can
Okay.
see, and also we can hear you.
Okay, good. The paper I'm sharing today is an empirical analysis on individualization of life course in Taiwan. The focus of this paper will be whether the individualization of life course happening in Taiwan means that people have the freedom to choose what they want to do with their lives, or they're simply forced to be in a certain pattern. Okay, based upon Beck's famous theory of individualization in the 1990s, as traditional norms loosens and people having more power over their life decisions, life courses are becoming more diverse and less predictable. This theory has been widely used to explain life event changes like the postpone of education, the back and forth between school and work, the unstable relationship of union formation, and the delay of marriage and birth. However, the discourse of individualization has been criticized by some researchers. First, its lack of clear conceptualization often causes some research on individualization of life course abstract. And second, it has also been criticized for overemphasizing individual agency despite the incomposing structural constraints. In accordance without empirical analysis regarding the pattern and change of individualization of life course, the immediate acceptance and use of the theory in Taiwan may be inaccurate. And that's why this research is conducted. Okay. Assenbury and Fassant distinguished individualization into between and within life course with an effort to dig into the concept more. The former corresponds to destandardization and the latter to differentiation. Higher destandardization means more types of life courses exist, may be adopted by different minorities. And higher differentiation, on the other hand, means higher frequency of transitions between states within an individual's life course. So according to this conceptualization, destandardization and differentiation are two different aspects of individualization of life course, which can be at least categorized into 4 subparts as shown here. You can see that it's low in destandardization, which means standardization and low differentiation, and B, destandardization and low differentiation. C, standardization and high differentiation, and D, destandardization and high differentiation. Okay. On the other hand, social factors have been key in the development of life course pathways. However, related findings vary from study to study. Some studies suggest that because of the lack of additional resources available to those in the lower social strata, they are likely to follow more traditional paths. And this will lead to lower destandardization and differentiation. People from higher social positions might have more diverse life experiences because they may have more resources to experiment with different life options. This can lead to a higher degree of destandardization and differentiation. On the other hand, others research have shown that people from lower social positions may experience more changes in their lives due to vulnerability in the labor and marriage markets. And this will lead to higher individualization. And people from higher social status may have stable employment and marriage, and this will lead to lower individualization. So you can see that previous research haven't came to a conclusion about the relationship between social resources and the individualization of life course. So the above discussion shows that not only is the concept of individualization of the life course often obscure for empirical analysis, its emphasis on self-agency may overlook the effect of social factors and thus impede the discussion of whether individualization of life course is a choice or a forced into situation. And that leads to the three questions of this research. What is the change of individualization of life course in Taiwan? How is individualization of life course related to gender and social status? What are life courses with high individualization like in work, marriage, and birth events? To answer those questions, I used the data from Taiwan Social Change Survey 2017, which consists information on life history of work, marriage, and birth. Different states are created to form work, marriage, and birth life sequences. The standardization is calculated using the dissimilarity matrix derived from optimal matching in sequence analysis. Differentiation is calculated using Elzinga's measure of turbulence, or sometimes called the complexity index. Month is the time unit of the life sequences in an attempt to avoid time overlapping, but this also creates sequences with high number of time points. And several demographical variables are used to explore the difference of individualization of different groups of people. Variables include birth year, gender, education, occupation, social status, and income. The first analysis shows the change of individualization in terms of birth cohorts. If we left out the last cohort for now due to their young age, it can be seen that people's work events are becoming similar. This can be shown by the decrease in the level of decentralization. But they are experiencing more job transfers, and this can be seen by the increasing, the higher level of differentiation. Marriage event shows increase both in decentralization and differentiation, whereas birth event shows more similar patterns but remain a high level of differentiation. The cohort change of individualization clearly shows a more complicated picture than the theory of individualization has depicted, with some life events even contradict the theory by showing a less decentralization and differentiation trend. As to gender, observing from both decentralization and differentiation change, women's lives are overall more decentralized and differentiated than men. To answer whether people from higher social positions tend to have more individualized lives, education, occupational status, self-report, social status, and monthly income are used to observe this relationship. Overall, those who possess more social resources tend to have more similar life sequences, hence the decreasing of decentralization. As to differentiation, except education, an overall U-shaped pattern appears. The U-shaped pattern might reflect two very different scenarios. For those on the higher end, higher levels of differentiation might mean having the choice to explore new paths, navigate through opportunities, and advance through changes of states. This fits the narratives of theory of individualization. Yet for those on the lower end, higher levels of differentiation might mean the instability and insecurity in lives, therefore contrasting to the concept of individualization. And for education, the U-shaped pattern doesn't appear. People having lower diploma still show high levels of differentiation, but the same is not true for the higher end. It could be due to the fact that university enrollment rate is over 95% for a decade in Taiwan, So possessing higher education diploma has become like a prerequisite rather than a plus to social resources. Sequence analysis is used to derive typical life trajectory patterns for work, marriage, and birth events. These types of patterns help us better understand what lives are like for those high in decentralization and differentiation. The group with high individualization measure in employment are increasing insecurity employments, this one, and into non-labor force groups, these two groups, characterized by its instability
5 minutes left.
Okay, employment conditions. For marriage event, the group named higher divorce is highest on both measures and characterized by its higher rate of divorce compared to other groups. And as to birth events, high parity clearly contributes to higher levels of differentiation. For level of decentralization, it is 1 to 2 children group that has the highest level. This reflects the fact that people in this group are slipped into having 1 child or raising a second one. As having 2 children is still the ideal number to most people in Taiwan, having slipped up by the number of children here might reflect the struggle of birth decisions. The above analysis shows that individualization of life course does need more empirical examinations because what the study found is different from what the theory has depicted. First of all, the cohort change analysis has shown a picture that are more complicated, some even contrast to the theory. And second, people from less advantaged social positions tend to show more decentralization and differentiated life course. And third, people have high levels of individualization experience, more employment and marriage instability. So therefore, rather than chances to explore new paths of life, insecurity and instability might better describe the concept of individualization of life course in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's really interesting presentation. So I have a question for you because again, thank you for finishing before the time. So we still have about 3 minutes. So your one of your findings showed that cohort, the later cohort actually show less individualization. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So is there any reason for that, specific reason? For instance, in say, perhaps during the first, when Taiwan started to split from mainland China, a very strong stress on individualization. So the older generation is more like individualized minded people, while later on that you have to maintain the national unity or whatever, that more into collectivism, so that the individualization reduce among the younger generations?
Well, actually, this is more a technical issue because I included all the samples into the study, including those that are pretty young. And because they are too young to maybe get married or give birth, so their differentiation and their decentralization are lower. It is not so much because of the history factors or the social factors. It's more like they are not old enough to experience those life events. And the reason to include them into the study is to at least get a picture of what they have experienced so far. So I didn't exclude them, but including them into the research might definitely need some explanation when it comes to the interpretation of the conclusions and analysis.
Thank you very much, though. It's very interesting. So please give a round of applause to Dr. Wang. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to the last presenter for this session. I will The last presenter is Dr. Sayantani Chatterjee. She only received her PhD actually recently. So congratulations for the graduation. And she's also from International Institute for Population Science at Mumbai, India. So it's similar, same institution as Dr. Sahu. And her research interests include fertility and family planning, education, and public health. And today, she will be presenting the paper entitled Spatio-Temporal Patterns and Determinants of Fertility Transition in India, 1991 to 2016, a district-level analysis. Okay, Dr. Chatterjee, the time is yours.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay.
And see the presentation as well. Thank you.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all of you. I'll be presenting on spatial temporal patterns and determinants of fertility transition in India, 1991 to 2016, a district level analysis. So as we know, fertility transition in India is of global importance, not only because it is the home to about 17% of the world's population, but it offers some regional diversity and variations along the levels of socioeconomic development. And when do we say that a fertility transition is occurring? Like when from the beginning, if there is at least 10% decline in its fertility levels. And fertility transition is universal. The timing, pace, and stage of fertility transition varies across and among countries. So in India, fertility rates have dropped in the last 4 decades substantially, but the national estimates conceal the huge disparities that exist beyond the national level. With limited district level data in India, there is a paucity of studies focusing on the spatio-temporal patterns of fertility transition across the districts of India. So this leads us to the rationale behind the study. Firstly, there have been only a few attempts to understand the spatio-temporal patterns of fertility decline in India at the district level. And most of the previous studies along these lines, they are based on intergeographical differentials in fertility levels. Secondly, Indian districts are at varying stages of fertility transition and provide an ideal setting to study their demographic feature due to their size, diversity, and disparity. Thirdly, a limited number of studies had assessed the association of fertility and socioeconomic development and proximate determinants of fertility at the district level. And most of these studies now are at least 2 decades old, and they have used limited number of variables in the analysis. Although there has been an increase in the number of district level studies focusing in India, there is still a dearth of comprehensive studies that focus on the patterns of socioeconomic development, proximate determinants, and how they interplay and affect fertility transition in India beyond the national level. So my objectives are to understand the spatial and temporal patterns of fertility transition in the districts of India, and to understand the association between socioeconomic development through the lens of mortality, under 5 mortality, education and wealth, and proximate determinants of fertility. Here I have also taken 2 more new proximate determinants, sterility and coital frequency, and understand their association with fertility in districts of India. So for the data, I have taken data from Census of India, 1991, 2001, and 11, NFHS4, sample registration system, and published sources. District was my unit of analysis, and TFR is the outcome variable. Different methods were used for the process, which comprised of descriptive statistics, bivariate analysis, spatial analysis, convergence and inequality analysis, and different regression methods were also used, such as ordinary least square, 2-stage least square regression, spatial error model, and 2-stage spatial error model. So firstly, just let me give a brief of the convergence analysis. I have taken absolute beta convergence and sigma convergence. And absolute convergence is set to take place when a negative, when a lagging state or lagging region is catching up with the leading district. For instance, in this case, a high fertility district is catching up with a low fertility district in the case of India at a particular given specific time. So this is basically done in a regression framework, and a negative coefficient means that convergence is actually taking place. Now there is a caveat. Absolute beta convergence should be read in terms of terms with sigma convergence, because one is a necessary condition and other is a sufficient condition. So a sigma convergence is said to take place when there is a reduction in the standard deviation or dispersion of any indicator. over time. So here I'm just giving the model specification for the last model, that is the two-stage least square regression spatial error model. And here we have used different socioeconomic factors, as I've told before, and the other proximate determinants. And since introduction of the under 5 mortality brings indigeneity in the analysis, so I have taken care of with a different with an instrument variable like the percentage of households with a toilet facility. So coming to the results, TFR in India was 3.6 in 1991, which reduced to 2.3 by 2016, and which followed a 36% decline in the last 3 decades. TFR was highest in the state of Uttar Pradesh and was lowest in Kerala with a value of 1.8 in 1991. By 2016, TFR was highest in Bihar with a TFR of 3.6 and lowest in Kerala among the bigger states with a value of 1.6. And as you can see, the kernel density plots suggested that the TFR curve has shifted leftwards, and it was accompanied by a decline in this dispersion, which declined from 0.95 in 2001 to 0.68 in 2016, indicating that fertility transition is indeed underway in the districts of India. Now, the distribution of the districts by TFR level shows that less than around 2% of the districts in 1991 had TFR below 1.8 in 1991, and almost half of all the districts had TFR more than 4. By 2015-16, around 1/4 of the districts now have TFR below 1.8, and 50% of the districts have TFR below replacement level fertility, that is 2.1, and only 2% of the districts now they have a TFR of 4 and above. So as you can see that India's fertility trend is the outcome of distinct regional fertility trajectories. So the spatial distribution shows that a vast majority of the southern districts belonging to, say, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala had fertility rates nearing to the replacement level from the very beginning, from the earlier periods. And as you can see in the recent periods or in the medieval periods, that like these regions, the central northern parts, like states such as Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, parts of Rajasthan, they have fairly high fertility rates. Although the patterns have remained mostly similar, but there has been an overall decline in the fertility levels across all of the districts. So among the districts, TFR was highest in the district of Palamu in Jharkhand, somewhere in here in 1991, and it was lowest in Kolkata in West Bengal here with a value of 1.62. And by 2016, we can see that fertility, the TFR was lowest in the South District of Sikkim with a value of around TFR around 1, and it was highest in Shravasti with a value of 4.6. In Mewat, the value of 5.7 in the north. So in this figure, we show the average annual decline in TFR and TFR in regions of India, because as we have discussed before, the regions show different scenario when it comes to TFR patterns. So the overall percentage change in TFR for India was 38% during 1991 to 2016 and 29% during 2001 to 16. And the relative decline was highest in the South District of Sikkim, which has the lowest fertility as of 2016. So different regions, they exhibit different scenario. For example, the high fertility districts of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, they have shown higher decline in TFR rates in the latest periods. So this leads us to the spatial autocorrelation in TFR, which measures the spatial dependency of TFR over time. So modern size statistics shows that it has the spatial dependency of TFR has declined from 0.83 in 1991 to 0.67 by 2016, but has remained like descent over the years. And as you can see the figures, it shows that the Univert LISA map shows that the number of hotspots, like the places having high fertility levels, these have substantially declined over the last 3-4 decades. And the cold spots, like regions with low fertility levels, they are mostly situated in the southern parts of the country and in certain parts of the north and certain parts of the northeast of India. So So here we examine the convergence patterns in fertility. So for the entire period, the conditional or absolute beta convergence shows that convergence had taken place for the entire period 1991 to 2016, and it also took place in 1990 to 2001, and the latest period 2011 and 16. And different regions exhibit different patterns. For example, the south or the western parts, which are the low fertility regions of India, they have shown fertility convergence across all the time periods. But regions such as UP, Bihar, with high fertility levels, or Northeast, they didn't show fertility convergence over all the time. Here, the speed of convergence, beta convergence, was highest in the southern district and southern state, southern region, and it was highest in 2011 to 2016. Now, if we come to the sigma convergence, we see that convergence at the national level had taken place from 2001 onwards in India for the districts of India. And among the regions, we can see that for the entire period between 1990 and 2016 and 2011-16, there has been convergence, sigma convergence in across all the regions apart from the Northeast and Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. So largely the results are similar. So further non-parametric tests were done and the results are similar. So this leads us to the inequality in TFR measurements. As we can see, here we have used the Gini coefficient, which has increased from 1991 to 2011 but declined to 2016. And in the low fertility regions, it has almost remained similar. It has declined over time, but it had increased in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, which are the regions of high fertility. So in this figure, we see that there has been a transition from high fertility and low inequality in TFR to more low fertility and high inequality in TFR over time. So this is the results for the different regression analysis, and I'm just talking about the final result, like the two-stage spatial error model. We can see that for all the districts of India taken into account in 2015-16, all the proximate determinants of fertility and under 5 mortality, education, these are important statistically significant predictors of fertility transition. And this leads us to the conclusion. By 2016, almost half of the districts had attained below replacement level fertility, and it was perpetually high in certain pockets of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan, and northeastern states such as Meghalaya. Fertility decline was higher in districts with TFR more than 4 in 1991, but the pace of decline in TFR eventually decreased as they approached the lower rates of TFR. The spatial autocorrelation in TFR remained considerably high across the districts of India, even after undergoing a generous decline in the spatial dependency in the last 3 decades, and exhibited wide interstate variations. Going to the quantum reduction in the fertility levels across all the districts, fertility convergence has set in at the national level, but regional analysis revealed that fertility convergence was mostly featured by districts belonging to low fertility regions. Districts belonging to high fertility states did not experience fertility convergence over time due to high intrastate fertility differentials. The spread of inequality in fertility rates was highest in districts belonging to high fertility states and lowest in low fertility states. The inequality in fertility levels across the districts suggested that delayed onset of the fertility transition for many high fertility districts was the single biggest source of divergence in the TFR in these regions. And by 2016, TFR below 1.8, which is quite low, was observed across 1/4 of the districts of India. Persistent low fertility and continuing geographical differences seem to be the hallmarks of future Indian fertility, characterized by a rapidly aging population in these regions. A plausible explanation for the fertility transition is the diffusion of new ideas favoring birth control and global adherence to small family size. And for the regression ones, we can see like the proximate determinants and under 5 mortality, education are the important socioeconomic and proximate determinants of fertility. Marriage, contraceptive use, induced abortion, under 5 mortality were statistically significant predictors of fertility in the low fertility districts of India. And in the high fertility districts, all of these factors were important predictors. And we can see that the role of sterility in women and reduced coital frequency are found to be statistical significant predictors of fertility transition for all the districts of India. So that leads to the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you still have 1 minute actually. So it means that we can read one question from the audience. So a very quick question, that is, how did you calculate the TFR? What methodology that you use to calculate the TFR?
For 2015-16, the TFRs were directly estimated from NFHS 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah.
And before?
And before, I've taken these values from a previous published paper that I've
Okay.
mentioned. Yeah.
Thank you. This question from Saswata. Okay, thank you very much. So let's give round of applause to Santani. That is really a nice presentation and rich. So that means that we already finished the 4 presentations, and we're going to enter the question and answer session. Santani, if you could just take off the presentation, perhaps. Yeah, thank you very much. So, Mbak Feby, perhaps you can read some of the questions.
Okay, Pak Turo, thank you. I will read the question from the chat box to Pak Melianus. It's from Pak Edi Kiswanto, CPPS UGM. The question is, in this analysis, do you use the researcher's interpretation to explain the determinants of fertility in East Nusa Tenggara? Beside the IDHS data, what data is used to make this interpretation? Because there is no qualitative research to help explain the IDHS data. Please, the time for Pak Melianus to respond this question.
Please, Pak.
Thank you, Bu Fabiola. My answer is yes. As we can see in my presentation, I don't use any inferential statistic, and maybe this is the limitation of my study. And beside the Indonesia Demographic and Health Survey, the analysis in my study is supported by published reports, books, journal articles, and media outputs. Thank you, Bu Fabiola.
Thank you, Pak Melianus. And I will go to the next question for you. It's from Pak Mario Ecoriano. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Melianus, how can you be sure that the incentive can be effective in reducing the number of children? And what kind of measure do you use in this research that incentive is one of the way out in East Nusa Tenggara province? Please, Pak Melianus, to respond to this question. Hello, Pak. I cannot hear your voice.
Pak Mes? Yeah.
I forget to unmute. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, please
All right.
continue.
All right. My suggestion is based on the problem of various benefits provide for the poor household in my province, and the main problem is that the couple from poor household, the lowest decile of income, have a far higher number of children compared to the other household. And for your information, last year it was around 5.4 people per household, the poor household, and I can say that the poor woman want to have many children and do not have any hesitate, because they know that the government or we will provide the money for them through some related scheme like PKH program, like conditional cash transfer or unconditional cash transfer, and this fund is provided for their pregnancy and when they give birth or for their children. So this means that we need to provide negative incentive for the couple, like the amount of the money need to be reduced when they have or when the number of children from this household increase. That is my explanation. Thank you, Fabiola.
Thank
So
you,
if
Pak
I can
Dian.
just give an additional question, the incentive will be on the form of money?
Yeah, we need to give money for the couple, or bigger money for the couple who can preserve the number of fertility or the number of children. But when they have more children, then we need to reduce the number of money for them, for the poor household.
Okay, and in NTT or in East Nusa Tenggara, what would be the way to make them actually, because it's a Catholic society mostly, would there be any problem with the understanding of family planning and stuff?
All right, like the socio-cultural barrier. I think so far the Church of Catholic of Christian have been cooperate with the government. So when the couples want to marry, then the church will assist or provide some information regarding the negative impact of having many children. And I personally have tried to explain or to influence or to advocate the policy of negative incentive of this scheme to have many children, and we need to lower the money for the poor. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Mbak Febi?
Thank you, Pak Melianus and Pak Turo. Now I want to read the question from Dr. Saswata from India, and the question is for Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, Dr. Saswata asks you, do you think concept of individualization of life course action is similar to that of second demographic transition? If no, then what are the differences?
Okay, so this is my question, right?
Yes, it's
Okay.
question for you.
Okay.
Please, Dr. Wang.
Okay, thank you. I do think that there is similarity to these two concepts, but there are still some differences. The similarity comes from that they both describe the decline of fertility or marriage and the postpone of life events. But I think they differ from one of the aspects that are different is that second demographic transition mainly focus on marriage and birth. But to individualization, it actually includes more aspects of different life domains. For example, employment or the transition between school and work. It's all included in the discussion of individualization. So that's probably one aspect that are different for these two theories. And the second is their emphasis is kind of different. For second demographic transition, the core the core idea is that the change of family value has declined. People started to think that traditional types of family are not that important. But for individualization, the emphasis would be more on self-agency, the power, the autonomy to explore, to make up your own life. So to me, of course, there's some similarity, but still there are some differences between these two concepts.
Okay, I want to pick up this. Thank you, Dr. Wang. I want to pick up this issue and bring to both Dr. Sahu and Dr. Chatterjee. Dr. Sahu, do you see that this second demographic transition in the way that breakdown of family norm, increase of living relationship, no family norm and stuff like that happen in Latin America and also in Asia? And also Dr. Chatterjee, how about inside India itself? You mentioned that there is a lot of diversity in TFR, and does it also appear in India, this second transition? Dr. Sahu, please.
Yeah. So thank you. Very interesting issues that needs to be brought out. But here I would like to mention that so there are several countries. So although in this substantial changes in the demographic situations, even declining fertility across the globe, but especially in the Latin American and Asian countries, that we have seen that there is a substantial decline in fertility, leading to the first to second birth interval has also increasing. But if we'll see, so the living relationships and other aspects, though there is no doubt that there are some of the instances, particularly in some countries from Latin America and some parts in South Asia, it is still it is there, but its subsequent implications on the family demography so is not that large that will lead to increase that will substantially affect to the demographic situations. But here you will see the different the descriptions by the educational strata and the level of educations that reveal that so there is a wide variations in some of the countries of Latin America, like Colombia, Haiti, and Peru, but especially in not that strong in Asian countries. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee.
Oh, yeah. So yes, the second demographic transition is very much like emerging in India. However, like the values of children, like the women's perception about empowerment or these things are very much being emerging in different places. Like in the southern places or in the low fertility regions, these were very much taken care of in a very from a very like it's prevalent. And in some of the high fertility regions, there are certain pockets where educational levels is very low. Women, they don't know, they're not aware of so many things. So I mean, they like for them, the value of children depends on high fertility. So these things are not very much uniform across all the regions or across all the states. Like there are certain pockets where people still believe that high fertility is good for them, like in certain pockets in the northeastern states where socioeconomic development is pretty good, but they still go for high fertility. And we can say that poverty or wealth is not not a barrier in these regions. It's like their preference.
Yeah, that's really actually interesting. Oh, by the way, if any of the presenters want to give comment to each other, please do, because we are in discussion session here. It's not just one way and then answer and then finish. I just want to make sure, Dr. Wang, is your respondent only women or actually everyone?
Everyone, including men and female.
Yeah, so because Dr. Chatterjee before mentioned about that this to a degree related to the concept of individualization that you mentioned among women especially, that would lead to changes in fertility, although not everyone. I will have some note on that on Indonesia later, and I would like Dr. Sahu to discuss. But how about, is there any difference actually that you found between male and female, this individualization and stuff?
Yeah. Overall, women's lives are more de-standardized and differentiated than men, according to their values. And I think for like employment, because women experience in and out of family more than men, so that will increase their differentiation level. And for decentralization, the high level might come from that. Because when I do the comparison between genders, I didn't subgroup them into their different cohorts. So so they actually include different people from different ages. And because of that, the high level of differentiation might come from that some women from the earlier cohort, they are very different from cohorts from the young people from the younger cohort, and that creates different patterns of their lives. So that might probably be why that women's individualization phenomenon is can be more observed than men.
Thank you. Any other comment from the? If not, I would like to follow up on, like Dr. Chatterjee mentioned before about the woman empowerment and everything, and the standard explanation about reduction in fertility is that woman empowerment, they go to school, they work and stuff like that. And implicit in that the higher education the woman have and the higher social economic status they have, then they have lower fertility and so on. But if I remember correctly, and also I know in Indonesia, that's what happened. That's not what happened in Indonesia, because the richest women actually have a bit higher fertility, and also quite something similar to that. Dr. Sahu, maybe you can comment on that, and perhaps if Pak Mes also want to comment on that.
So no doubt. So there are two schools of thought that I would like to mention here. So if educational level increases, so the improvement in the education, so there is the reduction in fertility, and also say vis-a-vis with the level of economic status. But there are several instances which is some of the countries, especially in India also, we found that with low level of development, especially with poor the substantial proportion of the population living in below poverty line. But there are evidences that fertility reductions has also happened in country. Not only it is always that economic status plays a important with low level of development, fertility decline has also been evidenced. And there are several possible explanations are there. So possible explanations which the literature suggests that either there is a diffusion hypothesis that that plays an important role. So particularly the poor or the downtrodden sections of the society, they learn from their those who have the richer groups, and they have already accepted the small family size. The benefit of the small family size they have learned. So either one of the explanations is that the diffusion aspects, or other than that, I would like to mention that though earlier the hypothesis that the cost benefit effect that plays an important role. So if they, even if they are the poor, they want to limit their family size because their aspirations has increased. They want to their child has good quality education, good health, and for bringing them good, for providing good quality education and health, then substantial amount of expenses is required. So as a result of which poor sections of the society they limit with small number. So, so especially these explanations, I will take that the states from Odisha. So there are several studies which also pointed out this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's really interesting. So we move a little bit to about the issue that Sayantani brought up, that is the influence of the region, influence of the spatial. Usually demographer in the past really look at the age or the vertical side, but rarely we did use the horizontal information. But there's a question, maybe Fabi can read about, yeah.
Yes, there's a question for Ms. Sayantani for you. From where you got the data on causal frequency? And the second one from Dr. Saswata, what could be the inferences on degrees on spatial dependency? Is it related to district level development aspect of some packet?
And
Please.
I also want to combine from Dr. Saswata why spatial dependency is declining. So that's what's possible reason. And also Christoph offer one possibility. Could it be actually because of the quality of the TFR estimates from the survey is quite low? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the data for coital frequency, like it was taken from National Family Health Survey, rounds 2 to 4. Like there are different questions, like the percentage of currently married women who had coitus in the last 1 month. And there was another variable like the number of days since the last sexual intercourse. So like these variables were taken care of in my analysis. And for the second one, yes, what are the inferences? Yes, of course, it might be related to the district level development in certain, like in most of the regions. And a plausible explanation could also be the diffusion of the new ideas, which like favoring the birth control and like adherence to low fertility levels, which can be again associated to some degree with the development, like better development, better scores and ideation changes among women. And as for the quality data quality issue, yes, like it could be a limitation that like NFHS score is the first one that gives us the district level like estimates for fertility. So for 2015-16, I could use the birth history data and I could directly compute this. But for the previous rounds, I had to, take the estimates from different different studies. I've just correlated, and I've seen that correlated the values of the TFR from SRS for the bigger states and that from the estimates that I've computed from NFHS4, and I got good results. The correlation coefficient was more than 0.9. So that's why I used it. But I think it's a limitation that using different, different sources of TFR estimates might be a limitation for my study.
Thank you very much. Mbak Febi, is there any other question?
Yes, Pak. The last question for Pak Melianus. from Pak Tirtaman Tamang. The question is, we know that TFR of Indonesia national level has not changed much in last 15 years. Are there any specific reason for this? Please, Pak Melianus, to respond this question.
All right. Thank you, Bu Fabiola. I did my study in sub-national level, so maybe I'm sorry I cannot answer your question properly, but I think that are many factors or determinant as well that can explain the style in national level, and so many scholars have done studies to explain this phenomenon. Thank you, Bu Fabiola.
Thank you. So because this stall issue is not only in Indonesia, maybe other presenter can give some insight about how country like Indonesia, what we know, the standard explanation is that because Indonesia used to have a very strong BKKBN, that's the institution that deal with family planning, but since the Reformation period in 1998, 1999, the institution become a little bit weaker, and the focus is not on the quantity any longer. Since 2000 until 2010, for instance, our TFR is quite stalled, quite plateau. That's the standard explanation. Is there any other possible explanation, perhaps from Mr. Sahu or Dr. Sahu, Dr. Chatterjee, or Dr. Wang?
Pak Turo,
Yeah.
can I add
Yes,
some
yes.
comment?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I think Indonesia, the government of Indonesia need to design a solid policy, because the TFR of Indonesia is almost reaching the replacement level of fertility, or 2.1. So yeah, this is challenging for us to hold the replacement level and to preserve it, because as we know in the Europe or in East Asia, the TFR level is falling down, and it is difficult for us to design a pro-natalist policy to increase the TFR again. Thank you, Pak Turo.
Yeah, thank you. Pak Sahu and other?
Yeah, so so that is not directly related to this, but I will tell that this pro-natalist policies is not that this thing. But if you'll see, I will bring the issue of this neo-Malthusianism thinking. So several studies has also been pointed out that in ASEAN, many of the ASEAN countries and some other pockets, so neo-Malthusianism thinking has also declined. So that means the contraceptive, the different family planning programs. So the issue of this, because that has not been given much emphasis, mainly because of there is a substantial decline in fertility is also been there. But even if some of the studies also pointed out that there is the coercive nature of population policies, it's also no longer an issue, because many of the countries has evidenced that there is a declining fertility, and it is nearly many of the countries has achieved the replacement level, and many of the countries are going to reach very soon. So neo-Malthusianism thinking has weakened over the period of time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sahu. So it seems that all questions already being answered, and let's give a round of applause for all participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And there's a note from the organizer that we are supposed to take a picture. So let me just do for the 6 of us. Ready? One. Oh, wait. Because there's a okay. 1, 2. Yeah. Let me see. So thank you very much for attending this session, and thank you again for Dr. Sahu, Mr. Mas, Dr. Wang, and Dr. Chatterjee for very exciting presentation and also good discussion this afternoon. Thank you again also for Mbak Feby and also all attendees in this session. Don't forget to check out other session and also the plenary today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget the pandemic is not ended yet.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you all speakers and all participants.
Sehat ini kita berusaha bentuknya itu tidak sosial murni, Pak. Kita ingin ada semi komersial. Artinya apa? Karena kita ingin sustain ya, Pak. Jadi kalau sosial itu kan habis gitu ya. Tapi kalau ini dibentukkan dalam bentuk usaha UMKM gitu. Jadi harapannya itu nanti sustain. Jadi masyarakat itu bisa mandiri. Jadi kontribusi dari mitra itu sifatnya hanya stimulan awal gitu. Kita harapannya gitu. Stimulan awal sama beberapa kegiatan edukasi tentang gizi yang baik ya.
Is all the presenters are here? Hello. Hello, I'm audible. Yeah, welcome to the session of healthcare and policy. I have been entrusted to do the duty of moderator one in this session. We have before going to the paper, let me give my introduction. I am Dr. Shashwat Ghosh. I am Associate Professor at the Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata, West Bengal. I am engaged in this demographic research for the last 17 years. And that's all. Would you, moderator to Mario, would you like to give your introduction, please?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. My name is Mario, and I'm researcher at the National Population and Family Planning Board, particularly in research and development of family planning and family welfare. Before starting our session, I will read a little housekeeping. Number one, each presenter will have 15 minutes to present the article. The second one is notification sound will be reminded every presenter when the time is 5 minutes left, and last one when the time is up. And the three, if any technical problem occur to the current presenter, he or she needs to do the troubleshoot in the background, and upcoming presenter might take over. And the last one, if there is any question during the presentation, please type into the chat box in your Zoom control panel. We will bring them up during Q&A session and the end of all presentation. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gus. Go back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mario, for your introduction. We have four technical papers in this session. The first one is correlates of healthcare utilization and unmet need for health services among older Filipinos, which will be presented by Mark Ryan. Second one is the plague, public health, and public reaction towards plague prevention policies, a case study of colonial Punjab. It is from historical demography, which will be presented by Ritu from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, India. Mark Ryan is associated with the University of Philippines, Quezon City, Philippines. We have the third presentation. Third speaker is here. I cannot see. Parul Puri is here. Parul Puri is here. If not, then we will start this. We will give that pre-recorded version of the presentation. So, Mario, please be prepared. Tell your team to prepare that at the time. Maybe at the end could be. And the title of the paper of Parul is how much does the effect of the size of conditional cash transfer in reducing childhood mortality differ in contrasting healthcare functioning system, a comparative analysis of Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu in India. She belongs to IIPS Mumbai, and our fourth presenter is Zhonghui Zhao. He is from Australian National University, Canberra, Australia, and he will be presenting on poverty alleviation, improving equality in access to basic health services, and mortality decline in China. So we we are expecting to have a very good discussion as well as very good presentation and exciting session. So floor is to the first speaker, Mark Ryan. Your time start now, Mark.
All right. I'm sorry. Excuse me, sir. Can you see my slides now?
Yeah, your slides are visible. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Saswata Ghosh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Ryan Bagirigan, and I'm a student of demography from the University of the Philippines Population Institute. It's my pleasure to share with you the preliminary findings of our research on the correlates of healthcare utilization and unmet need for health services among older Filipinos. I would like to acknowledge my co-authors, Dr. Grace Cruz of the University of the Philippines Population Institute, Dr. Yasuhiko Saito of Yuhan University, and Dr. Truls Osbay of the Duke University. Recent evidence has shown that access to healthcare services remains to be an important global concern. In the Philippines, despite the advances in healthcare and social health insurance through Philippine Health Insurance System, or PhilHealth, difficulty in accessing healthcare persists for older people with limited resources. It is commonly understood that while parts of the costs for health services are covered by the government, other costs act as barriers for a considerable proportion of the vulnerable older population to access or to continue healthcare services. And so because older persons have high per capita healthcare needs, growth in this segment of the population will increase demand for both acute and long-term care services. And the impending growth in both the number and proportion of older persons in the Philippines calls attention of policymakers. Given this background, the objective of this research is to assess the correlates of healthcare utilization of Filipino older people, namely inpatient care and outpatient care, and their unmet need for healthcare services. We use the baseline data of the longitudinal study of aging and health in the Philippines, the first panel study of older people in the Philippines aged 60 years and over, and this was collected in 2018. I'll be talking briefly about the aging situation in the Philippines for your consideration. The Philippines is not yet an aging society. It has a very young population as a result of the slowly declining fertility, declining mortality, as well as increasing longevity. Despite the low proportionate share of older people in the Philippines, there is an increase in absolute numbers. Based on the 2015 census, there were 7.5 million older Filipinos, constituting 7.5% of the total population. And to give you a brief background, many older Filipinos are in poor health. Chronic diseases are prevalent, and a considerable proportion have some functional difficulty. Many older Filipinos are also in a precarious economic situation. More than half experienced economic difficulty, and poverty seems to have been highly prevalent even when this cohort of older persons were young. Many older people have limited access to healthcare and limited awareness of some government health programs. In fact, evidence indicates significant gaps in health-seeking behavior of older persons, with about 30% reporting unmet need for medical attention, mainly because of lack of financial means. For this study, we used the Andersen's behavioral model of health services use as the framework. The Andersen model posits that the utilization of health services is determined by an individual's predisposing factors, factors that enable or impede utilization, and the need for care. The original model has contextual variables, but for this particular study, we focused on the individual level. The three utilization outcomes that we explored here is the inpatient care, outpatient care, and the unmet need for services. Inpatient care derived from the question, have you ever stayed overnight in the hospital or any other medical facility because of an illness or accident? Whereas for outpatient care, question used was, have you received medical care for an illness or accident from any medical facility or practitioner without staying overnight? As for the unmet need for health services, the variable is derived from the question, have you felt ill and thought about going to see a doctor but didn't? Time reference for these three questions are the past 12 months from the date of the interview, which in this context are during the pre-pandemic period. Binomial logistic regressions were performed to ascertain the effects of the said factors on the likelihood that they will utilize healthcare services, as well as to assess the effects of these factors to the unmet need for such services. And these are the significant factors of inpatient care, outpatient care, and the met need for healthcare services. Under the predisposing factors, place of residence is the only variable that shows significance for inpatient and outpatient care. As for the unmet need, predisposing factors that showed statistical significance are sex and age group. Non-enabling factors showed significance for inpatient care. For the outpatient and unmet need for health services, both the perceived income adequacy and wealth quintile showed statistical significance. The wealth index, which is derived from information on ownership of selected assets and indicators of housing, water, and toilet facility quality, is used as a proxy for relative income or expenditure. As for the need factors, self-rated health, at least one chronic disease, pain severity, and at least one difficulty in any of the activities of daily living showed a significance. These are the correlates of inpatient care. I used odds ratios converted into percentages. Older Filipinos who reside in urban areas are 96% more likely to utilize inpatient care relative to their rural counterparts. The effect of self-assessed health is in the expected direction, with those reporting poor health having the highest levels of hospitalization. Older persons with low assessed health are 2.5 times more likely to utilize hospitalization compared to those who assess their health as above average. Older persons with at least one chronic disease is 3.7 times more likely to use inpatient care, and 3 in 5 older persons with at least one ADL difficulty are more likely to use inpatient care. Now we turn to the correlates of outpatient utilization. Besides the place of residence under the predisposing factor, results indicate that net of other factors, outpatient utilization rates are higher among those who have some considerable difficulty in income. Alternatively, the wealthier older people are more likely to use outpatient care. Older people with at least one chronic disease and those who experience mild pain are more likely to use outpatient care than their counterparts. These are the correlates of unmet need for health services. As independent variables, we use the same social demographic and health factors as used in previous analysis. We see that women and younger older persons are substantially more likely to report unmet need for medical attention compared to their respective counterparts. And as expected, those who are more economically advantaged are less likely to report unmet need. As for the need factors, older persons with below average self-assessed health are 1.3 times more likely to have unmet need, and those who reported to have moderate pain are almost 3 times more likely to have higher levels of unmet need. Results based on the limited measures available suggest that unmet need for healthcare is an important concern, and the overwhelming reason for the unmet need for healthcare services is financial constraints. Using the Anderson behavioral model for health services use, we see that need factors are the most consistent and significant correlates of inpatient care, outpatient care, and the unmet need for healthcare services. Consistent with previous studies, we find significant difference between urban and rural residents in inpatient care and outpatient care, other factors being equal. There have been widespread efforts to improve health service delivery in the country, but regional and socioeconomic disparities in the availability and accessibility of resources are prominent. There is maldistribution of infrastructure and human resources across and within regions in the Philippines, which are concentrated in Metro Manila and other major cities. It's also a common knowledge that the Philippines is a major exporter of healthcare professionals, but finds it challenging to ensure adequate availability within the country. Under the enabling domain of the model, economic factors came out as significant correlates of outpatient care and unmet need. However, we do not see any significant factors under the enabling domain for inpatient care. This may suggest that income and wealth or even education are not barriers to inpatient care among older Filipinos. It may be because the severity of the condition of older people would warrant the need for a closer medical attention, regardless if older persons or their families are in poorer economic conditions. Previous studies in health-seeking behavior in older Filipinos also indicate that greater wealth is negatively associated with the likelihood of getting sick, which suggests that individuals with higher socioeconomic status have better access to the factors that determine good health, including access to clean water, sanitation, improved homes, and proper nutrition. And as mentioned earlier, many older Filipinos are poor. In fact, 46% are living below the poverty line at the time of the survey in 2018. And while 47% of them receive 500 peso monthly social pension, or approximately $10 from the government, it is often not sufficient. Studies show that they do not only use it for themselves, but also for their household needs. The overwhelming reason reported for unmet need in the Philippines is related to the prohibitive cost of care. Distance, transportation, and others appear to be relatively minor factors for barriers to healthcare utilization. The reasons cited for unmet need provide useful insights into areas of health service utilization that could be improved. And the primary concerns have to do with out-of-pocket costs of services. Moreover, based on the LSAP report, the true prevalence of physician-diagnosed illnesses is likely to be higher because of undiagnosed cases among those with less access to healthcare. And while 80% of older Filipinos said they are covered by health insurance, nearly all of them under the PhilHealth or the Philippine Health Insurance System, the benefit remain inadequate to cover full cost of healthcare. And so a high level of out-pocket expense remains even with the PhilHealth coverage. As a way forward for research and policy based on significant factors, given that women and younger age groups have a higher unmet need, there's a need to take a further look and assess the factors to address these gaps. Findings from LSAP show that older women tend to be more homebound. Many do not have any source of income and relies mostly on their children, whereas it is the reverse for older men. Besides the economic capabilities of older people, there is also an obvious rural-urban differentials in the healthcare utilization outcomes. Health, human resources, budget, and facilities are spread unevenly across the country, with Metro Manila or the National Capital Region and other centers having more of these. And while significant efforts have been introduced to reduce poverty, such as the conditional cash transfer, a considerable number of older Filipinos remain poor. And echoing the findings of previous local studies, it is recognized that having a large population of poor Filipinos with inadequate incomes, unhealthy diets, poor living conditions, and low education is the major contributor to poor national health outcomes. In particular, poor families do not have the information, resources, and opportunities to access publicly and privately provided health services. The fundamental problems of the poor should be addressed by a broader set of economic and social policies and programs to achieve inclusive and sustained growth in incomes. However, it is also recognized that poor health, owing to lack of access to quality care, could cause families to become more impoverished. There is a common saying in the country that a middle-class family in the Philippines is just one hospitalization away from poverty. And we've seen that from several accounts during the COVID-19 pandemic. What more for the already vulnerable and impoverished older Filipinos? And so in addition to the privileges afforded to older Filipinos, increase in the social pension for older people is timely and relevant. And older Filipinos should also be able to have regular checkups, see a doctor annually, get the appropriate medicines they need to keep their conditions from getting worse, etc. And the PhilHealth should also allot additional funding to support this focus on prevention and primary care. It should also expand coverage of service to include diagnostics and medicine for outpatient care. Thank you to the Asian Population Association for the opportunity to present our research. And the ALSA project is being funded by the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia through the support of the Asia and Health Wellbeing Initiative. Thank you for listening.